22 of the 188th session of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission. This hearing is called Body to Guarantee under the Constitution the Right of Access to Information and the Protection of Personal Data in Mexico. This hearing was requested by a number of commissioners that are members of the National Institute for Transparency and Access to Public Information. It's called the INAI in Mexico. You are going to introduce yourselves when you take the floor. Together with civil society organizations, this is an important group, a large group, and you are going to introduce yourselves and your organizations. My name is Esmeralda Arosemena de Troitiño. As the rapporteur for Mexico and as the first vice president of the Commission and rapporteur for the rights of indigenous peoples and of the rights of children and adolescents, it is a great opportunity for me to be presiding over this meeting. We have here Commissioner Carlos Bernard, the rapporteur for peoples with disabilities, and also Mr. Pedro Vaca. He's the rapporteur for freedom of expression. I will begin this important meeting by acknowledging those who requested that this meeting be held. This is an opportunity to present to us, together with the state, this issue which is of great importance to the country. I would like to also respectfully extend my greetings to the members of the representatives of the state of Mexico. It's a pleasure to have you here. The purpose of this hearing, and I wanted to underscore that, is that civil society organizations are going to be able to put to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights the concerns it has on the weakening and attacks against independent bodies in Mexico, specifically against the National Institute on Transparency, Access to Information, and Personal Data Protection. And this because they feel that there is an impairment of access to personal data. They're going to provide information as to how this has a bearing on public spaces and citizen participation. The organizations are trying to have the Commission to look urgently into the matter so that the state of Mexico may honor its international commitments, and because there is a large legal vacuum here, and this impairs human rights. I'm going to talk about the time now. The civil society representatives are going to have 20 minutes. The state is going to have 20 minutes. Here with us today, we have an expert from the United Nations, Jesus Peña. Thank you very much for being here with us. We also have experts from the Institute, from INAI, who are going to speak for 6 minutes, just like the Commissioner. He's going to have 6 minutes. The Commission is going to have 20 minutes to speak as well. And after the comments, civil society organizations are going to make final remarks if they wish to do so. Without further ado, we are going to give the floor to the members of the civil society organizations. They have 20 minutes. Good morning, Honorable Commissioners, everyone present here, members of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission. On behalf of the 15 organizations of civil society that were the petitioners in this hearing, Data Cívica, Elementa DH, Fundación del Debido Proceso, Iniciativa Sinaloa, el número de organizaciones de la civil, and the Observatorio de Organizaciones Públicas, thank you for allowing us to come to this commission to put to you the serious situation of access to information in Mexico and the independency of the body that guarantees these rights. I'm Ms. Salvatierra from Fundar, then Nayeli Torres from Artículo 19 in Mexico, and Itzel Checa from the Observatory of Public Appointments. We are going to provide information about the following points. First, the context of institutional weakening of independent bodies in Mexico, specifically in the Institute for National Transparency, Access to Public Information, INAI, the violations of human rights and the risks of the open government, and also the fact that the Mexican state did not appoint 3 members of INAI. And then we're going to give you our petitions. INAI is a body that guarantees the right to information, and it was born after more than 20 years of citizen struggle in order to guarantee the right to know. This body has been fundamental for society, for civil society organizations, journalists, and victims can have access to files and documents in connection with serious violations of human rights, such as Tialapa and others. Also, cases of corruption that have of interest for non-repetition and accountability. It is important to say that the existence of independent constitutional bodies in Mexico was born of the need that there need to be institutions to protect human rights and that would have checks and balances to the public administration. And it is important for them to be guarantors and also independent organizations. From the beginning of this government, the executive branch of government and the legislative branch of government have attacked independent organizations and INAI in order to weaken the checks and balances system and also to weaken the independence of these bodies. They try to discredit these bodies by the executive branch of government, specifically in the ruling party at Congress, is trying to discredit also during the morning press briefings that the president does every morning. They try to discredit the role and the scope and the operations of INAI, and they're calling into question its transparency, and they require that it be cancelled. And also they are trying to change the powers that this body has, or take away its functions and bring this body back to the executive branch, and this would be an enormous backsliding exercise. They're also trying to reduce its budget, and the executive branch of government has said that INAI is very costly to the government. So the budget has been reduced by 25%, and it only represents 0.01% of the total expenditure of the government. And also, one of the reasons that we are here, the main reason, is that 3 commissioners of the transparency body have not been appointed. Their appointment has been pending since 1st April 2022, and another individual's appointment has been pending since 1st April of this year. And there are other public appointments that are pending. There's a lack of appointments is something that is an omission on the part of the Senate, and this has, of course, impaired freedom of expression, freedom of information, and the protection of personal rights. And the Supreme Court has ruled on this on 2 October of this year. These omissions have made it impossible for the body to conduct its work under the general law and the federal law on transparency and access to public information. And for 5 months, it was unable to rule on certain matters. It couldn't really look at review appeals, and also it impaired the right to confidentiality and intimacy. And also, they were not able to hear certain aspects from the states of Mexico related to access to information, and also they were unable to issue recommendations in connection with those who do not meet their obligations of transparency. And this meant that more than 8,000 review remedies could not be ruled on because the INAI was unable to operate for 5 months. So 8,000 people were unable to directly have access to the right to know, and this impaired society in its entirety. This standstill that was brought about by the emissions from the Senate hurt the applicants, specifically in connection with the rights to health, social security, work, justice, truth, a healthy environment, and citizen participation. A request for information that was not able to be addressed was information requested by a Maya-speaking individual that asked for information as to how the Maya train is going to protect an old path that goes through the town of Copochen, which is important to protect the identity of these peoples. The standstill at Inai also impaired the protection of sensitive and personal data. For example, there was a health institution that decided that it was not to provide an individual his health records, although the body guaranteeing these rights said that this is important and it needs to be done, and health institutions need to provide patients with the rights with the right to access their records. So they have the legal right to do it, but this was not abided by. The organizations that are trying to put forth this right to know, well, we need to see that this right is not worsened. We see that these actions are recurrent. According to data from INAI, during the first 4 years of the current federal administration, the number of appeals that were brought for lack of transparency of the state has increased exponentially from 2018 to 2022. They increased by 125%. This means that there are institutional strategies to refuse information. Institutional weakening of INAI has meant that is a closure of the civic space. There is persecution, legal persecution, administrative persecution to journalists and civil society organizations just because they are doing their work and they're trying to protect the freedom of expression, peaceful protest, and the right to association. Also, there is massive surveillance against human rights defenders and journalists by using emerging technologies, and this has ended all types of dialogue that civil society may have. Civil society organizations have evidenced an enormous growth in connection with the development and use of surveillance technologies and also lack of information. And the state is using these tools disproportionately without any kind of transparency or accountability. The Mexican army has used these technologies to surveil collective groups, journalists, human rights defenders, and people who expose corruption and the violations of human rights. Starting in 2017, the organization called Gobierno Espía revealed that there were 76 attempts to try to put malware in the computers of journalists and human rights defenders in Mexico. Now we have the Attorney General of the Republic looking into this, but the cases have not been clarified, and this means that there is a lack of access to justice. During the administration of Mr. Andrés Manuel López Obrador in 2022 and 2023, at least 3 human rights defenders and 2 journalists have been spied on by using Pegasus. And the Mexican Army is the only institution that has Pegasus to date. We don't have public information in connection with the contracts that were entered into between the Mexican state and Pegasus service providers, and also any kind of contract related to intervention systems related to the private communications that were used. This undermines the trust of the organizations in one of the very few open spaces for citizen participation, such as Alianza por el Gobierno Abierto, which is an institution, an initiative, an alliance for open government. And the Mexican government is a member of this alliance. There have been 4 national plans. This was created in 2011, and 82 commitments have been entered into in connection with democratic controls, environment, anti-corruption, transparency, and gender. So for the past 11 years, we have had the wish to have open government. The weakening of the body guaranteeing these rights has had a negative impact in the civic space. One of the main tasks of INAI is to create conditions that promote institutional opening on the part of guarantor organizations, civil society representatives, and authorities in order to guarantee the protection of personal data, transparency, and access to information as a way to strengthen democracy. As we have said, these violations are born of the mission by the Senate to comply with its constitutional obligation to appoint 3 commissioners of INAI. There is a delay of 588 days for one individual and 223 days for the third individual. This is a delay that is beyond any reasonable period of time, as the Mexican Supreme Court said in July of this year. A number of parliamentarian groups have tried to include this in the Senate agenda and in the Permanent Committee, but none of these actions have been approved by the majority party legislators. Although there have been amparo rulings and amparo actions that have been put forth by the Advisory Council of INAI. On 27 March 2023, the INAI brought a constitutional action to the Supreme Court 4 days before it lost its quorum, and the Supreme Court said on 13 July that the absence of political consensus in the Senate and also some of the actions geared to covering the existing empty positions do not justify the delay in the appointments, and of course this needs to be done because it is in the Mexican Constitution. On to October of this year, the highest court of the country ruled that the Senate has not complied with its constitutional obligation to appoint the 3 commissioners, and this has impaired human rights, and therefore the body can now hold meetings with only 4 members. The Supreme Court ordered the Senate to appoint the other commissioners by 15 December. This has been the consequence of a lack of clear guidelines in the whole of the public appointments. However, there is strong evidence from the Senate that it's trying not to comply with the orders. We are making reference to a number of public statements made by members of the Senate who are also members of the ruling party. These statements have been included in the document submitted by the civil society organizations. And we're going to show a video that shows how the Mexican government is trying to weaken this body. And if we could please show the video.
Creo que es muy difícil, por no decirle.
It is practically impossible that we're going to be able to get the majority to conduct the appointments. When is it that these individuals are going to be appointed? Do you know when? When we say that they're going to be appointed, because we are now the majority. I maintain that INAI is a non-operational institution. No appointments to INAI are going to be made. None. Please understand this. No appointments will take place. The only thing that the Supreme Court is doing by issuing this ruling is allowing for a discussion to take place. If we get the qualified majority, then they're going to have the appointment of the commissioners. We have to tell the court that we are fully independent here at the Senate. This is a discussion that we are holding since December. How are we going to solve this problem? The audit unit of the Federation is going to undertake that function, the function of ensuring transparency. And the INAI should disappear.
En resumen, to sum up, the country is going through a situation in which dialogue is controlled. The levels of and misinformation are skyrocketing, as you've heard here. There are accounts that are wrong, that are libelous. There are deliberate attempts to reduce the autonomy of this entity. And last but not least, this ongoing reshuffling and postponing of the appointment of the people to this important entity speak for themselves. Civil society is not blind or brain dead in this regard, and we hope that this example is not replicated throughout the rest of the hemisphere, which cannot be discounted. And that is why we put the following to you. Make a public statement with regard to what we are putting to you in this hearings as to the deliberate steps that are being taken by the state of Mexico to block these steps. Secondly, the ongoing attacks by the state of Mexico to these bodies, and particularly INAI. Third, there should be inter-American standards with regard to the appointments to high-level entities in this hemisphere. And finally, fourth and last, there should be a thematic report on how these entities that are guarantors of important rights, such as the right of expression, can better be protected. Thank you very much. Thank you. Without further ado, let me immediately give the floor to the State of Mexico. Thank you very much indeed, distinguished Commissioner Arosemena, Commissioner Bernal, Rapporteur Baca, and a good morning as well to the representatives of the Mexican civil society who are with us, and representatives of INAI, and everyone else in this room, and indeed others who are connected remotely. Grateful thanks to Jesus Peña, the expert from the UN, and Jesus Norte, who are all here. This is an important hearing, and we are pleased to be here because it deals with an important pillar of democracy. That is freedom of information. On the 4th of August of this year, 2023, we issued a report that spoke to this particular point. This is Article 41 of the Inter-American Convention on Human Rights that is invoked. The purpose of our statement here has to do with sharing additional information to the IACHR in the context of this hearing. And let me begin by absolutely underscoring and upholding one of the principal bases of the Inter-American Charter, which is, of course, the right to information, which is naturally grounded in citizenship in a framework of legal constitutional order. On the 20th of October of 2007, in fact, there had been a publication in the National Journal in which there were 7 sessions that were added to the constitutional context, and it stated that the right to information would be guaranteed by the state. Since then, Mexico has very much solidified its institutions in that regard with regard to access to public information, and this on the basis of basic procedures that guarantee access to information with regard to any of the governmental units. These are entities, bodies that are part of the executive and legislative entities, various different trusts, any number of different entities, bodies, organizations, as well as any physical person who is the issuer of information. That same law speaks to the guaranteeing function of certain entities that are considered specialized, autonomous, independent, collegiate bodies with a legal persona and technical support. On that basis, through the issuance of a decree, the access to public information was further framed, and this later became access to information and personal data. Progressively, various different entities were also created that also have a role in access to information. Now, the exercise of that activity in Mexico is huge. There are any number of requests for access to public information, and you can see this in October 21, September 22. The last report of INAI was published at that time. 314,000 requests had been received at that point, and 565,932 further requests for personal information had also been received. And that reached historic levels in December, 2 million, almost 3 million requests for, again, public information. The exact data is available to you. That's 10.32% of the total requests for information, public information, and this shows the upward trend of access to information in our country. Of the 600,000 requests that were received, by the end of the third quarter of 2022, 291,562 requests had been met through the competent authorities. That is 92.7% of the requests received. Only 7.1% were pending because the information hadn't yet been compiled. With regard to the answers that were given, as of between October of 21 to September 22, 61% and plus were done electronically. 27.1% of the cases focused on the availability of public information to that person who was the requested, while 0.9% were told when and where they could come and get the information they requested. 89.1%, in other words, of the cases to which I'm referring here, people who were requesting information, were satisfied in an average of 14.2 working days. That is way below the limit established by the law, which is 20 working days. To end, access to public information in Mexico is totally, A, recognized, and B, respected. In our Mexican Constitution, we established that INAI shall be composed of 7 persons who shall be appointed by a group of the Senate. Not, of course, without having first consulted the Senate as a whole, where there would have to be 40+% voting in favor of those present. The appointment could be and should be approved by the president within 2 weeks. If there is an objection, then the person who might be appointed by the Senate would take that role. Therefore, it is the Senate of Mexico that, to put it bluntly, appoints the members of INAI. And this is a procedure that is constitutionally established as of the 2nd of March of 2022. This was established by the Senate itself. Article 50, 65, and 66 of the Mexican Constitution say as much. This was upheld by the 65th legislature of the Mexican Union, and this goes hand in hand with the procedures that are established, again, to appoint the members of INAI as and when vacancies arise before December 15th of this year. That's where we are at present. And these then, very broadly speaking, are the constitutional rules that have been established to deal with the matter. Mexico has a long-established tradition as regards division of rights and powers. The Inter-American Charter of American Rights states that it's the independence of public entities that count, as well as the counterpoint that different powers can exert, so that there is a balance of powers, and not to be considered as a block to democracy, but rather as the way in which the independence of the different powers of government can wield. Just recently, in October, the Supreme Court admitted 285/23 that INAI brought forward. That's the number of the docket. And this dealt with, number one, the omission in not pushing to the end of the process to appoint vacancies in INAI. The second element had to do with an element of the national law on transparency in the public sphere, such that in this case INAI could continue to function with 4 members whilst the 3 missing appointments were completed. Now, this was attended to. It began to be attended to, but subsequently INAI, in fact, requested a stay in the process. The ministers who weighed in on this felt that the Senate had, in fact, omitted its duty in designated individuals to come forward and take those vacancies in INAI. This was considered by the court as partially established, partially true. But the Supreme Court determined subsequently that there was a breach of the Constitution in not having fulfilled a mandate, this being an omission by the senators. So 3 vacancies shall be covered within the Institute, and it was requested of the Senate that in their present period, a vote should be taken to designate those who might take those vacancies and fill them. There was authority given to INAI, meanwhile, to work with 5 when all 5 of the members are present. Given this resolution, we believe that INAI can perfectly function under its terms of reference, and the deadline is December 15th of this year for the remaining spaces to their vacancies to be filled. INAI then has recognized that the functions that are related to the promotion and protection of access to information and related rights, including certainly the protection of personal data, are requirements that are being met within the 4 corners of the law, such as guaranteeing the personal platform that offers this information with transparency and respect for those who sustain it. So too, the respect of everyone to those making the requests and the transparency and various different appointments in the public sphere and access to information and protection of personal data all come under the national system of transparency and protection of personal data. This is absolutely a part of their normal business, inter alia. Given all the above, Madam President, and given the right of the court, which is established by the plenary of the Senate, and the right of users to have access to information through a direct request to those who are there to comply with the request, we can say with complete peace of mind that nothing here intervenes or otherwise renders more difficult access to that right. INAI, of course, has yet to have all of its members appointed, but back in August of this year, 2023, we had a total of 8,043 requests that had yet to be met. But let us recall that as mentioned in January of this year by INAI itself, the means of the media in the previous year included 48% more information than previously. There were that many more requests for further resolution than the year before. I mention this because it speaks to the increased burden of tasks to be completed over the time that INAI has not been able to function. It is simply the fact that the public have stepped up. They still have the right so to do. The right to information then, Madam President, is by no means subject to anybody in this process. INAI continues to be the guarantor within the framework of institution. But let us also speak more broadly of access to information. The vastly increased requests for that information that come before federal judges are certainly including specific requests for pensions, Social Security. This is very much the bulk of the requests received. That goes to the Institute for Social Services of Workers of the State, ISSSTE by its acronym as it is known in Mexico, as well as the Social Security system more broadly for the health system. Individuals have this right and a number of other rights that flow from this. Let me simply then close by establishing that the Senate of the Republic of Mexico continues to work diligently on considering the potential appointments to the current vacancies. But there is, as ever, weights and counterweights, as have been pointed out. This is the cut and thrust of any democratic process, and in no way erodes the right to information by individual citizens. Let us not forget, however, that there is an onward increase in these requests. This only speaks to the vibrancy of the system, and we're pleased to note it. It is perfectly natural that the Mexican society as a whole wants to have more access at information. We have progress institutionally over the last years, and that speaks to what the regime has done. Thank you very much indeed to the State of Mexico for these statements, and let me immediately then give the floor to Dr. Jesus Peña, who represents the United Nations and who will speak for 6 minutes. A very good morning. My presence here at this 188th session of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, which is the guarantor on the question of access to information, comes from the High Commissioner of the UN in Mexico. I'm here to offer information. I'm not under oath, and please understand that in no way does this speak to any erosion to the rights and immunities of UN civil servants under the 1948 Richard. Mexico stands for one of the greatest examples of greatest democratic progress over the last years. These are organs that recognize human rights, recognized individually, but also we see here the development of other rights and fundamental freedoms. These are then substantive rights which gird an open and vibrant society, the rule of law and democracy itself. Mexico offers an array, a multiplicity of resolutions that put the spotlight on all kinds of matters that are important to human rights. And because of the guaranteeing institutions, individuals, we do believe, now have many more and more effective instruments to protect their privacy and other elements of their lives. The Special Rapporteurship on Information by this organ and the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on the promotion and protection of right to opinion have both noted, and this goes back to 2017, that Mexico has a legal and institutional framework that is noteworthy in terms of access to information. In that joint report, it was further pointed out that the Mexican state was called upon to continue strengthening its entities such that each of these could be further autonomous and effective in its decisions. We're talking about a solid protection and promotion of human rights, a system of weights and counterweights. This is a system in which there is a regulated and balanced set of rights that in no way erode human rights. This, of course, goes through the observance of the institutional framework that first established. This is why we are concerned that within this institute, INAI, there has been so long the vacancy of these three persons. And we understand that because of those vacancies, INAI has simply not been able to function. This, quite obviously, is a block to the more effective functioning of the said institute. Given this situation, we must understand that it is, therefore, of the greatest urgency that those vacancies be filled. As a matter of fact, back April, we sent a letter to the Senate of the Republic of Mexico urging the same to quickly appoint 3 more commissioners to INAI, which are the vacancies we're discussing now and which subsist. The decisions taken by the Supreme Court of the country allowed INAI to continue meeting with a reduced number of members, and that goes, as mentioned, to Article 6 of the Mexican Constitution. Now, as to the institutionality and constitutionality of the decisions of INAI, of course, they are of the greatest importance, and that is why, at the soonest possible date, the entire complement of members of INAI should be there, and that goes to the various roles in the state, because the role that this institution, as well as others, play is essential and irreplaceable. This is why we call on the competent authorities to double the efforts on moving forward on the basis of common understanding, and that the appointment of the 3 vacancies, the commissioners for INAI, be dealt with forthwith. This, of course, must be done in a transparent manner on the basis of established procedure, and likewise, as is true for other similar processes, we can only exhort that the voices of civil society and other relevant actors be listened to with respect. This is why we urge everyone to set up a roadmap that will establish the different echelons to be met, and such that the parameters of the resolution of the Supreme Court may be met. The office that I represent certainly is at the behest of the Mexican state anytime. We are there to help. Let me close by thanking the rapporteur for Mexico, Commissioner Esmeralda Rosemena, who has contributed so much to human rights in the country. We thank you also for your openness to work with us, but especially your openness to work with the state of Mexico writ large, and each one of the institutions that undergird its democracy and human rights inter alia. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. I'm deeply moved by your kind tribute. Let me now turn to the representatives of INAI who are here, and I would ask that you introduce yourselves so that we can move forward. You have 6 minutes, and you better share out that brief period of time. Thank you very much. We are the members of the plenary of the National Institute for Transparency and Access to Information regarding one's personal data. Adriana Alcalá and Commissioners Norma Julieta del Rio and Josefina Román Delgada, and myself, Lilia Ibarra Cadena, all very honored to be with you today at this session of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. To each one of you, rapporteurs, particularly you, Madam President, our deep thanks and our greetings to members of civil society and, of course, to each of the members of the State of Mexico. We are present here today to establish the fact that in Mexico, the rights that cover access to information and personal data are at present in jeopardy. Why? Because the fact that we do not have a full complement to decide on the issues that fall under the mandate that is given us means that we are working in a hobbled position. Access to public information is considered essential for the dialogue between the public and the government. It was, you know, for the longest time, the government that really called the shots. But over the last 20 years, it was recognized that that information was part of the public wealth and the public domain. So we have a law that sets forth the use of data both in the public and in the private sector. This is absolutely essential because human rights must be rooted in organic bodies and institutional entities that function as such, of which the state is the guarantor. So if in any way their functioning is impeded, whether because it's not functioning at all or where it's functioning less, that has to be remedied. And we have spoken numerous times about the autonomous nature of this entity. That is key. And it is key because it goes to division of powers. The attribute of guaranteeing access to information is no longer simply a question of the state, because it was understood that it was essential that it precisely not be simply the state that would call the shots here. There had to be a counterbalancing power. That is precisely why the key policy of division of powers in the state of Mexico has to be respected. It goes to the quality of democracy, the smooth running of the public domain, and individual rights. The entity of which we speak is highly specialized, it is collegiate, and its raison d'etre is simply the promotion and protection of two rights that are vital to democracy. And the reason for that is simply that the only full and substantive way to ensure that the public and the government work has to be on the basis of dialogue, truth, and accountability. There is where INAI is rooted. INAI serves to guarantee that the information is public and remains public. And that is the basis on which democracy can proceed. Now, this is what INAI has done. It has even set forth numbers of times various cases of grievous blockages in human rights, like forced disappearances under others, access to clinical information that individuals had a right to obtain and which they were being denied. This is but a few examples. INAI then, by its very nature, goes to the very essence of democracy and offers the basis on which, that is information, the other rights can be exerted. INAI shall be constituted by 7 individuals. That is what the rule says. It is an autonomous organ. And when it is running short, it is hobbled. So this needs to be addressed in the context of its ability to remain impartial and effective. This is why the Senate of the Republic itself was asked to look into the appointment of the missing persons. The president could object if and when necessary, but going back to the 31st of March of 2022, this was established. But the lack of appointments has indeed harmed a number of issues. We're talking about the full and untrammeled exercise of human rights for Mexican citizens, which is not the case at the moment. And the Supreme Court of Justice has weighed in on this, and civil society organizations present in this room have stated as much. Nonetheless, the guarantor entity remains fundamental. And any attacks on its autonomy, which has to be understood if there is no plenary because 3 people are missing, that has to be called out for what it is, and it is a blockage in the facility with which citizens have access to their personal data. It is also important because it is essential to public dialogue. It is essential because it goes to the real groundwork on which citizens and their government can speak. This is not inconsequential. That is why we are here. It is essential that we defend the institutions, democracy as a constitutional right, which is based, of course, on human rights.
Thank you very much for your remarks. We will now hear comments by the Commission. First, we're going to give the floor to Mr. Carlos Bernal. Commissioner, you have the floor. Madam President, thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak. First, I'd like to thank my colleagues from the Inter-American Commission because they are the ones who set up all the logistical aspects of this hearing. And also, I wanted to commend the petitioners for having brought this issue to Washington. They've been very courageous to do so, and thank you to the members of the state for being here, and thank you to the expert as well for giving us his viewpoint in connection with some of the problems that we have put on our agenda today. I have 2 comments. So the first one is formalistic in nature. The purpose of this hearing is to set a space of dialogue and deliberation, and I appreciate this honest rapprochement from the members of civil society, and also I appreciate that they have contributed with evidence. I would also like to underscore the fact that there were videos that were shown and that let us know what the attitudes that some of the members of the government have in this connection. Also, I wanted to thank the state for having addressed the reports and complaints brought by the members of civil society, and I am here to be a catalyst for discussion. That is my formalistic comment. I know that the rapporteur has still a few more months to go, and also I would want this dialogue to continue. Also, I wanted to continue being dealt with by the rapporteur, affirmative expression, and I don't want this hearing to be just a one-off hearing. Now, in connection with a more substantial comment, I think it's necessary for this hearing to be the beginning of the discussion and not the end of the discussion. This shouldn't be, like I said, a one-off. There are a number of things that we have placed on the record, and the Inter-American Commission and the Rapporteurship for Freedom of Expression have looked at Mexico specifically in connection with these matters, and that go hand in hand. The first issue, of course, is the appointment of the INAI commissioners. I agree with what the expert said, and I agree as well with the request made by the civil society organizations. Once the appointments have been made, the conditions have to be ensured for this institution to work in a fully independent manner. It is no secret, and that there is backsliding in connection with the independency of agencies. And this, of course, ensures that human rights are protected. So once the appointments are made, the independence, the technical independence of the institution needs to be ensured without any kind of influence from the executive branch of government or any other branch of government or agency of the administration. Second, and I go back to the examples that were shared with us by our expert, but I wanted to ask the petitioners. I wanted to ask them if transparency is protected at an appropriate level in Mexico. And I'm talking about access to public information. Is that protected? I think there are two viewpoints here. One, the viewpoint of the state that was endorsed in general by the expert, but I wanted to know what the petitioners think. Is the protection afforded appropriate? I have not looked at the figures of Mexico that we can find in the Transparency International reports, but I do think that there is a delay in our hemisphere in any effort made to try and improve those numbers. Has to be well received by the state, and I'm sure the petitioners are going to be willing to contribute to that discussion to improve standards. There's a third matter that I wanted to put to you, and it has to do with surveillance and the use of Pegasus, and that software, for those purposes. And also, this goes to the protection of personal data. And yes, and there is a deficit in the world when it comes to this issue. First, there is this fourth industrial revolution, and societies are becoming more digitized. And of course, there's the matter of artificial intelligence. Europe has stricter standards of protection that do not only have to do with conducts that a state should never engage in, for example, to use Pegasus to surveil people. We need to have standards adopted by the state, and we need the state to create policies for the corporate world. It is no secret that we have seen cases in Europe, for example, in the Google case, that led to each company to have a data protection agent or a data protection officer. So I know that this is something that affects all of our hemisphere and all of the world, really. So I think that a data protection policy needs to be created at the corporate level and also at societal level. And also, all this ties into information, freedom of information, freedom of expression, and freedom of the press. Why? I think the connection is obvious. If we have problems in transparency, problems in access to information, then the journalists are going to have less material to be able to criticize democracy in a healthy way. If, for example, there are leaks of information, well, that information may be used for malign purposes. All democracies, all constitutional democracies need to have a healthy exchange of ideas. So all of these things have to do with the independence of the institution, a cross-cutting policy, and an increase in protection of the right to access to information, also the protection of personal data that cannot be limited only to technical matters, but it has to include policies that also apply to the corporate world. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. The Special Rapporteur has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you to the Commission for having included this unprecedented hearing in this session. I think this is going to improve conditions in Mexico in the field of access to information, but also it's going to help the whole region. Thank you to the members of the civil society representatives and also the representatives of the state. And thank you to the members of INAI, the National Institute for Transparency and Access to Public Information in Mexico. It is concerning for me to talk about this and not talk about the good experiences that INAI has had in connection with providing more information to more individuals. This is a frustrating issue that has extended in time in connection with the appointment of commissioners to INAI. We want the rule of law to prevail, and we would like the appointments to take place, this in connection with domestic legislation and also on the basis of inter-American standards. We're talking about checks and balances, and this has to do also with fundamental rights. If these decisions are delayed, when the decisions have to do with human rights, this makes the exercise of human rights harder. And it delays human rights, and that entails some kind of backsliding. They're saying, okay, there are 4 commissioners instead of 7. They have the authority to operate with 4 commissioners. But I'm saying that when you have a collegiate body of 7 individuals, that makes discussion richer. It allows the commissioners to distribute the workload more evenly, and I think those things are also important. The state was saying that the right to access information is respected in Mexico. I agree with that. I think that civil society helped for that to become a reality, but I have seen in the past 2 years some obstacles. We have solid institutions in Mexico, and we saw 2 cases that illustrate the impact that these things can have in the daily lives of individuals. I wanted to talk about their rule of law, and we have talked about the role that the judiciary plays. The courts play a very important role. And there was a date that was mentioned once and again, 15 December. And I think we need to put at the center access to information, and that has to be done by the state. I do have a question that perhaps is in contrast with the videos that we've seen. I heard very clearly that there was this wish for INAI to disappear. I believe, as it was said here, that that wish does not exist. I don't think there's a wish that exists for INAI to disappear. There's this date about an appointment by 15 December, but what is it that we need to understand as a rapporteurship for freedom of expression when we see that a constitutionally mandated body may disappear? And that is the question that I have for the state. Of course, things that are discussed at the parliamentary level, those things take time. I think that this is a discussion that has taken place since April last year, and it's been over a year and a half where this obligation to deliberate has existed. But I think that when these criteria needs to be qualified. Of course, we have instant sessions, and in these sessions, they examine CVs and they try to headhunt and find the best commissioners. But we saw these videos, and they transmit this idea of things being done in a whimsical manner. So some people think that this decision should never be taken. I think civil society wants the Commission to try to establish good standards for officials to be appointed. Of course, discussions and deliberations are complex, and there are different sessions that have been held for over a year. But that's one thing. A different thing is to say, okay, discussions are being held, but apparently there is a public refusal to meet that obligation to fill the vacancy. I don't know if the state sees it as a possibility for the appointments to be made by 15 December. This together with a process of deliberation that will allow INAI to have all of its members in place. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. I only have a few minutes left, but I wanted to use this time to first thank both parties. And this is the purpose of the hearing, for us to be able to listen to you and to be able to exchange ideas. The rapporteur and the commissioner have underscored a number of things. I'm not going to repeat them because we don't have enough time, but I wanted to say that civil society organizations were talking about the way in which Mexico has developed in this connection in order to protect this right. It has been hard for the countries of the hemisphere to build institutions that do this. As the commissioner has said, we have many aspects that come into play, but we have seen that we were able to leave our dark times and create robust institutions that led to the creation of this institute. Today, you are assessing the dangers that exist for that independence and for that institutional strength to become fodder for the media and, and to be co-opted by other actors in the public sphere. Of course, deliberations in Parliament, well, that's not easy. Of course, parliaments are essentially political in nature, and that's a reality in all of our countries. So what we do need is for deliberations to meet the purpose that has been set, which is to consolidate the organization and include in it its members. As Pedro was saying, when we are 7, things become better. And I'm saying this because the Commission has 7 members. We do need to guarantee debate, because that translates into stronger institutions. And when you have 7 members, things are better. It doesn't matter the number of members exactly, but the important thing is to try to reinforce ideas, amongst other things. So this has to be the immediate purpose. There are other things that are going to have to continue to be monitored, and things need to be done to ensure effective independence of this body, as we heard here. Now, for the state, how would the state assess this request by the rapporteur of supporting this process? And we're talking about a short period of time. We are at the tail end of this whole process, and the Commission is at the disposal of the state and at the disposal of the civil society organizations for anything that they may need. This dialogue has to be serious and objective, but what can the Commission do to assist? As the rapporteur from Mexico, I have worked to try to offer the parties this possibility of assistance or support. Now, in connection with the petitioners, or rather the petitions made, I think it's important to have a thematic report. This is not a Mexico problem. This is a problem that affects all of the region. It is hard for the citizens to have access to information. Of course, there are mechanisms and constitutional provisions, and there are laws, but the issue of independence and autonomy of that institute, that is fundamental to ensure that this happens. And I think it's important to have standards, and it is important to follow up on all these issues that have a bearing on human rights. So civil society has 8 minutes. I don't think I have to give them less time. You have 8 minutes to speak. Thank you very much. Thank you for entertaining our requests. I have 2 points I wanted to raise in answer to the questions posed. Of course, this body is very important because it is a bridge between the institutions and the citizens, and that is why the checks and balances is so important. Of course, the citizens are not happy, and INAI has data that says that during the last administration, members of civil society have increased their complaints by 15% because their requests were not heard, and in 2022 was 48%, and 2023 was 16%. So we have seen these practices by the citizens because they have been provided misleading answers, and we have seen this refuse to provide information become official. And they say, the government says you have to go to another institution to get this information. So we have heard about the Odebrecht case, and the Attorney General of the country was asked for information. But we were told that all of the requests had been met, but more than 70% of those requests have been rejected, so no information was provided to us. Secondly, in connection with Pegasus, I think that INAI itself conducted in 2019 an investigation, and INAI said that there were violations to the personal data because of the use of this software, and INAI issued a number of recommendations. Also, I wanted to say that currently INAI is duly composed. Of course, it has to have 7 members because of the special nature of its work, and of course, the fact that there are only 4 members now, this can have a negative impact because they have to vote and issue votes. The members have, but we have also seen that all terms have been exceeded. More than 500 days have gone by with no appointment. So perhaps then the institute may disappear because it will have no commissioners, right? So we need to strengthen institutions, and we shouldn't really try to do away with institutions or weaken them. Along those lines, I would like to say that there's this pattern of weakening. This is not something that happens by happenstance. There are 137 appointments that are pending since 2018. 137 failures to appoint members to bodies that are constitutionally created, and this has to do with a number of bodies. For example, the electoral body is lacking appointments. I think that deliberation is not something that happens by happenstance, but rather has to do with this wish to weaken institutions. We can see this in the statements made by the government. And also, we see this in this lack of accountability. We wanted to go back to our prayer for relief, and there is a lack of regulations that govern these processes to appoint officials. These processes are not based on international standards, on transparency, citizen participation, accountability, and sometimes they do not consider suitability characteristics such as the independence that these individuals need to have. The Commission has prepared a report on justice operators, and it has pointed out that requirements, processes, and outcomes need to be there. We have these vacuums here, and 588 days of a failure to appoint officials, that is unjustifiable, and I think the Mexican state must recognize its mission. What we are telling you must be conveyed to the Senate of Mexico. It is the body of the government that has these responsibilities. We have a ruling party, and the majority of the party has decided not to go ahead with these appointments. So the state needs to create conditions to guarantee access to information. It needs to commit to its constitutional obligations to appoint the best people to take these positions, because these individuals in those positions make decisions that affect us all. So we need to guarantee and respect human rights. Very well. The state has the floor. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I would like to thank you again for giving us the chance to speak once more. And I'm going to address the comments made by civil society organizations and by the experts from the Commission, from INAI, and from the United Nations.
The concern that has been expressed principally with regard to the slashing of the budget and reforms that, in the view of some, erode the faculty of INAI, or as regards appointments, which some feel and indeed have occasioned a backlog in requests for information, right to information, and the protection of personal data. With regard to all of these contentions, I'd like to say that the lack of appointment, as I stated in my initial discourse, is rooted in the Mexican Constitution and relevant law. It is the Senate that, in tandem with a particular political group that is established, that facilitates the appointment of persons to INAI to fill the current vacancies. We know that INAI can work and is working with fewer than 5 commissions when the totality of those who are left are there, and the Senate is okay, and it will be until the December 15th, until the High Court is in a position to appoint the positions lacking. All of this has in no way limited the exercise of right to information, which we understand is a pillar of any society that prides itself with operating under the rule of law. The rule of law is alive and well, indeed better than before. There have been any number of requests for information or criticisms, and it is important to point out here that the budget, the historic maximum budget that was reached in 2018 was 1,098,478 million national pesos. That means 10% increase to 2022, which at present is 99 million and some. Now, the drop is a reflection of the policy of austerity. Article 34 of the political constitution of the country states the ability of the government to reduce the federal budget, that is the national budget, where necessary, and this within a policy of efficiency, honesty, and savings. All of this is to the point because we have managed to reduce the level of poverty in the country, which, as we all well know, is always linked to a violation of human rights. Finally, the point is also made, the budget in 2022 is above the level that was held under the previous presidency in 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2017, respectively. It is particularly pertinent also to note that from 2014, INAI, compared with where we are in 2022, it was way below. There's been a 40% increase in the budget from compared 2013 or 14 to 2022. Another point that has been made here speaks to a possibility of eroding access to information, the enjoyment of human rights, and national participation in the life of the country, which would leave INAI without an ability to be informed on matters of public interest, and this, of course, having to do with cases that have a bearing on human rights or indeed corruption, should the case may be, as the case may be. And so the weights and counterweights that go to potential excess of public authority, we believe is met. INAI has been fully able to allow citizens to exercise their rights to attain the necessary information, particularly information as to possible criticism, as I pointed out in my initial comments. Indeed, the requests are rising. They are by no means squelched, which therefore proves that the freedom of expression in the country is alive and well. These are the elements with which democracy is built. INAI continues to fulfill its mission and certainly can deal with any criticism, and including the ability of the Senate to go ahead and make the appointments that everybody agrees need to be made by that Senate. Freedom of expression is alive and well. Indeed, increases for information are there for all to see compared to the past. The budget, yes, has been cut, but guess what? the budget law, which based the overall policy of austerity in the country on such cuts, were not tailor-made toward this particular institution or any other part of government. They were simply part of a savings policy that the government has implemented. In then, we do believe, totally comply with the resolution of the Supreme Court of Justice in Mexico and have certainly the means available to resolve any questions that are put to it until such time as the remaining vacancies are filled by the Senate. At all levels of government, this is the case, and the role of our democracy remains safe and sound. The protection of rights is key, and rights are progressive, as we know. The Inter-American system stands for this and sets forth the means by which we can move forward in these areas so important to public policy. Thank you very much. Thank you. This brings us to the end of the hearing, and I have but to thank very warmly and sincerely the contributions that have been made by the representatives of civil society, including representatives of INAI. We take very good note of the elements that you have shared with us, the various circumstances that are of concern to you over these last months, during which the full complement of the members of INAI remains to be obtained. So thank you for all of that. We also thank the state of Mexico for the points that have been shared. And all we can do naturally and most sincerely is to call on both parties to continue in the path of dialogue, certainly also with regard to the process of implementation of the appointment of the individuals who were missing, so that the full complement of INAI is available. And obviously you're not going to appoint just anybody. We understand that there are rules and procedures and research in terms of the various guarantees of quality that you will want to afford. That is what the Constitution, the standards, and indeed the Mexican public expects. That goes to a promotion and protection of each individual, of each citizen, to have access to his or her personal data. Thank you again, then, for your vibrant participation, and with this meeting stands adjourned.
Begin our hearing. This is hearing number 24 of this 188th session of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Access to justice and human rights defense of individuals that are migrants in Mexico. That is the title of this hearing that has been requested by a number of civil society organizations, and I'm going to ask their representatives to introduce themselves for the record. You are many individuals. We're not going to mention you all at this time. You're going to be able to introduce yourselves later. To the Honorable State of Mexico, greetings to its representatives, and thank you for being here at this hearing. My name is Esmeralda Arosemena de Troitiño. I forgot to ring the bell to formally begin this meeting. Again, my name is Esmeralda Arosemena de Troitiño. I'm the first Vice President of the Commission. I am also the rapporteur for Mexico. I am quite happy that I was able to be the rapporteur for a number of years. I'm very happy to have done so. I'm also the rapporteur for indigenous peoples and the rapporteur for the rights of children. Together with me as well is Commissioner and Rapporteur Carlos Bernal. He's the rapporteur for persons with disabilities, and I also have with me the Assistant Executive Secretary, Maria Claudia Pulido. Thank you very much for the support you have provided to us that has made this hearing possible. Special greetings to Jesus Peña Palacios, who is the Assistant Representative and the person in charge of the Mexico office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights of the United Nations. The purpose of this hearing is to provide updated information that the organizations have in connection with the impacts and that the migratory policies of Mexico have had on the rights of persons in a situation of mobility and the violation of the rights to life, integrity, personal safety, impunity, and access to justice. Information about the fire that took place in the migrant center in Ciudad Juárez in Chihuahua of 27 March 2023 is going to be provided, and 40 migrants and 28 other migrants, 40 migrants died and 28 were gravely injured. I'm going to tell you how the time is going to be allocated. 20 minutes for the civil society organizations, 20 minutes for the state, 7 minutes for the UN expert, and the Commission is going to have also 20 minutes to make its comments. We are then going to give the floor to the parties for them to express their final considerations. We are going to begin this hearing. We're going to now give the floor to the representatives of the civil society organizations. Please introduce yourselves and please indicate the name of your organization for the record. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Commissioner, Commissioner Bernal, members of the Commission, representatives of the State of Mexico. My name is Ana Lorena Delgadillo Perez from the Foundation for Justice in Mexico, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala. We have a number of organizations here: Fundación para la Justicia, Instituto para las Mujeres para la Inmigración, Derechos Humanos Integrales en Acción, Apoyo a Migrantes Venezolanos, and the Legal Clinic of the American University. And also we have representatives here of the victims. We are here to report on the migratory policies in Mexico. These are lethal policies, and we're going to show you a video.
¿Tienen el apoyo para el video? Sí.
Estamos frente.
This is the incident in which the most migrants under the custody of the authorities have lost their lives. This cannot be called an accident. It was a death foretold. This is not an isolated event. This is just to show you why migratory policies have been lethal in Mexico. 58 migrants have died that were in the custody of the state from 2008. As far as we know, the National Migrations Organization has recorded more than 4,000 migrants have died or disappeared. In the past 6 years, more than 1.2 million people have come to the migratory authorities. The Migratory Commission has documented more than 90,000 cases of kidnapping, trafficking, and of persons. We had victims of massacres, violence, impunity. The technical secretary of this commission and Commissioner Edison Mena had the chance to talk to the victims of the fire in Ciudad Juarez when they went to Mexico. You were able to hear firsthand what they had to live through. This situation did not become better. It became worse. We were not able to be in their lawyers. We had to fight to be in their lawyers. We were criminalized and they were criminalized. They said that we wanted to profit from the victims. That is what the Attorney General's office and the Commission for Victims said. But the risk has become greater for migrants and for asylum seekers. I am Lorena Padilla from the Institute of Migrant Women in Mexico. Migratory detention in Mexico is arbitrary and constitutional, long, unfair, and it violates the human rights standards. The exercise to contain migration in Mexico has intensified, and it includes the death and health impairments for individuals. There have been agreements between Mexico and the United States, and this creates lethal policies. Migrant reviews should not be conducted within our territory because they're based on racial profiling, and they lead to the arrest of women and the violation of their rights. They become incommunicado, they're tortured, they're extorted, and they are subject to other actions. There are rulings from the Supreme Court, but there has been no structural changes to the law to prevent these atrocities. Migrants cannot even buy bus tickets to travel in our territory, so they have to use more dangerous roads. We have seen that at least in 5 countries of the region, we see practices that are alternative to arrest. So that possibility exists. From 1993 to 2023, the migrant stations in Mexico have caused more than 1,000 victims. 51 of them have died. More than 40% of these victims have been women. I'm Marisol Mendez from the Foundation for Justice here, where you're going to hear the testimony of victims that have lived through these policies that are deadly. And we have a number of proposals. First, we have to do away with impunity. We have to create a special committee to investigate the massacres that have a transnational focus. We have to look for the support of countries in the region, and we have to follow the criteria set forth by the Commission in the report on human mobility. This has to be based on international instances such as the Commission and the United Nations, and it has to ensure at all times the participation of civil society. The General Attorney's Office accepted the support of the United Nations. The families should have access to truth and justice from their countries of origin. The Commission should take the visit that was committed to take when we held the virtual visit, and we need to reform migratory policies in Mexico. Migratory policy cannot be only thought on from the government unilaterally. We need to create a working group to repair damage caused to migrants. We're going to hear from 2 victims from the Juarez massacre and 1 from Cadereyta. I'm Brian Quintero. Good morning. I am the survivor of the fire that took place in a detention center for migrants in Ciudad Juarez. I'm going to tell you what I lived through there. It was a small place. We were 67 individuals held there. When I was arrested, I was sent to this place that looked like a prison. We didn't have water. It was very unhygienic. The toilets were open. There was no privacy when you had to go to the toilet. And sometimes we asked for water, and they said, well, if we wanted to have some water, we would have to pay 500 pesos. Why is the water so expensive? We had the right to get water. We were overcrowded, and it was a terrible place. There were people that had been there for many days. It is hard to know that on that Monday, the lives of many was going to end. This is an incident that marked our lives. It's hard for us to sleep, to breathe. It's hard for us to go on. It is difficult to remember that time. You saw that place and that was up in flames. You saw the smoke and you were there. There were 4 windows there, but there was no ventilation. The windows were closed. And there was a lot of smoke, and you became desperate, and you were crying for help, running from one place to the other. You were saying, please, please, open the door. We have children. Please let us not die here. And they turned a blind eye on all this. They didn't open the door. How many of them were left there There were children that became orphans. Their parents died. Why is it that they didn't help us? Is it a crime to migrate? Is it a crime to leave your own country? We were there in transit. The Mexican authorities mistreated us. They insulted us. And you have to trust them, right? In spite of the fact that they do what they do. They are authorities, but they are abusing their power. I have burn marks here on my body. I'm going to always carry these with me. I have friends who have seen their bodies mangled by these burns. They're going to always remember that they were in a fire in which they were tortured, in which they didn't want to open a door to save our lives. So I wonder still, why is it that they did what they did? The authorities said, okay, if you want to have a fire here, you can have a fire, but they knew that this was going to happen. So I need to tell a doctor when I go for a checkup that I went through this situation where there was a lot of smoke. I cannot take strong medicine anymore because my kidneys can become damaged again. It's a fundamental organ in your body. Sometimes I feel that I cannot breathe. I depend on my mother. Sometimes I become desperate because I can't really breathe. I wanted you to know that the authorities sometimes didn't allow us to look for lawyers, and they put a lot of obstacles for us to get lawyers, and this creates a lot of trauma and leads us to become sleepless. I lost the health that I had. Thank you very much for listening to what I have to say. Elida is on Zoom. She's going to be talking to us over Zoom.
Ahí está. ¿Estamos listos?
Elida, ¿puedes abrir?
Elida, please, if you could activate your mic, unmute yourself, please. Yes. We can hear you. Good morning. I'm Elida Rivera. I'm from Guatemala. I am the wife of Roberto Perez, who was a survivor and a victim of the Juarez fire. During the pandemic, my husband lost his job, and that is why he decided to migrate. We didn't even have money to buy food. At times, we had 3 children. I remember that we didn't even have food one day. We only had 2 slices of bread and 2 eggs. And my 10-year-old daughter was able to eat. I was breastfeeding my younger child, so that's all my child had to eat, my younger child. I found out about the fire in social media. And then this was on a Monday, but on a Thursday, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico called me, and they told me that my husband was in a hospital. I left my children in Guatemala. I went to take care of my husband. They were without, my children were without their parents for 6 months, and I was there with my husband and other victims of the fire. They had internal lesions because of breathing the smoke and the fire. There was a commission for the assistance to victims, and this institution should have represented us, but they are silent. They attack the orders of the National Institute of Migration. This commission never provided a support to us. We were in an unknown country like Mexico. We needed assistance. We don't know if this Commission for the Protection of Victims has any kind of medical opinions, or if it has identified victims in each cases. Our lawyers have been told that this Commission no longer represent us, and the lawyers no longer represent us. And we have been given private attorneys. There were women also in the prisons there, and the National Migrations Institute has taken measures for the immediate care of our family members, but it did not consider that this re-victimizes them. The Institute of Migration talks to the countries of origin of the victims in connection with the compensations, but the Commission for the Protection of Victims is not involved in those talks. There are 85 million pesos to compensate the victims. It is about $5 million. This piece of news actually puts us at risk, the family members and the victims, because we can be the victims of extortion. The comprehensive reparation of the damage has to be the result of a case-by-case analysis. The Commission is the one that needs to decide who provides reparations. The Commission for the Protection of Victims needs to ensure that those who died and the survivors are wholly compensated for the damage. We need to have measures of restitution, rehabilitation, and we need to ensure non-repetition. These plans need to be intercultural, and they need to be gender-focused, and they need to have the full reparation of the victims and their family members. Some of these victims had to have grafts on their bodies, on their faces. Some of them had neurological problems. They have lost their memory. We have the case of Wilson. Wilson has lost his ability to walk. It's very sad to see this. We can no longer work. They can no longer work because they haven't really fully recovered. All of the families that were there lost our jobs. In our countries of origin, we have debts. Our children stopped going to school because since their parents were not in the house, they weren't able to go to school. So we are mad, we're frustrated, we are sad. The people from the Institute of Migration at one point made us feel that we were abusing the system, and some other authorities said, you are living at this luxurious hotel. Yes, we were at a luxurious hotel, but we had no health. You can have work, you can have other things, but if you have no health, then what are you going to do? That's the end of my presentation. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vilma Lopez. I am here representing COFAMISED and the Committee for Family Members of Disappeared in Honduras. In 2015, I was here at a hearing representing 49 victims that died during the massacre in Cadereyta in Nuevo León. One of the victims of that massacre was my husband, Jose Enrique Velázquez. At that time, we had to leave the country. There was a lot of poverty in my country. It's abject poverty, really, and you have to leave the country just to look for food, for the basic, to meet your basic necessities. So 8 years ago, I was here at this place at a hearing, and I was demanding that my rights were respected. my rights to have access to justice and to know what happened in this case. Many people died in Honduras. Many people were devastated. Many families were devastated. They were looking for justice, waiting for reparations. But they got neither justice nor reparations for any of those family members. For the past 12 years, we have seen that there had been 6 massacres of migrants. 399 people died and 29 survived. The victims identified came from many countries, and they lost their life in Mexico. No country in the world has seen as many massacres of migrants since the first massacre occurred in San Fernando, Tamaulipas in 2010. What we have here is impunity. There are no answers. What reigns here is impunity. The family members who have gone to other countries have no knowledge of any positive result of the investigations conducted by the prosecutor's office. We have to know what happened. What was the outcome? We know nothing. We do not know who the persons responsible for this were. Many years have gone by, and we have no answer. The Committee Against Forced Disappearances visited Mexico in 2021, and it said that impunity is almost absolute. These very serious cases would not have happened without the knowledge of the authorities. But we do not know what state and non-state actors were involved in these events. There's only one conviction in the massacre of Camargo, where 17 migrants perished and 2 Mexicans perished as well. The ruling was handed down on 14 September 2023. People were convicted to 50 years in prison. These were 12 state police from Tamaulipas because of murder, abuse of authority, and other crimes. However, this conviction is limited because it does not fully clarify the facts or the reasons why these crimes were committed. There were other migrant massacres, but no rulings have been issued. No official reports were drafted, and there has been no reparation for the victims. The prosecutor's office does not have any plans for investigating the matter. There is collusion between the criminals and the state, and they have filled their pockets with money. It is necessary for us to get information, to know what is going on. We want the reports to be clear. We wanted to thank Commissioner Arosamena, and we want to thank her for her efforts and for the efforts made by the Commission in the case of the students of Asinapa. And we wanted the same to happen with the victims of the massacres. Thousands of migrants have disappeared. As a mother, this is my plea. Thank you very much.
A ver, después de agradecer el mensaje testimonial.
I thank you so very much for that very, very moving testimony, and please receive my deepest solidarity. I'm pleased to give the floor now to the representative of the state, that is the ambassador for Mexico. Thank you very much, Commissioner Arosemena, Commissioner Bernal, and a very, very respectful greeting to the representatives Brian, Elda, Vilma, and the expert from the United Nations, and various other members of the staff of the UNHCR, and respectful greetings to all of the representatives of civil society and anyone who is connected to us by Zoom or is indeed in the room. We're very grateful for this opportunity to put forth the position of the state of Mexico to explain the measures that were taken to assist the victims of the fire in Juarez and also what measures are taken to handle the migratory challenge. To begin with, yet again, our deepest sympathy to all who lost relatives at the fire in Juarez at the migration center. We are taking all of the necessary measures to assist the victims and to seek to ensure that these very lamentable actions and events will never be repeated. We are trying to understand clearly how this happened, as this IACHR explained in terms of, and the report of mobility. We know that Mexico, because of its geographic status, has always been a place of transit, but given the increased volumes in the migratory policies in the United States over the last measures, we receive 75.5% of the total of migrants in an irregular status over 2021. That datum alone shows Mexico's situation in this context. The Mexican Commission on Assistance to Refugees has seen that from 2013 to 2023, we received 1,076 requests for conditions to 112,000 and some, an increase of 1,000% over those 10 years. In 2022, Mexico offered 131,000 and some visitor cards for special circumstances, where not long ago many, many times more were approached, and we will in fact be way above that by the end of this year. Mexico has therefore itself faced very, very challenging circumstances and is bending over backwards in its institutions to work under the context of promotion and protection of the human rights of the migrants. We've got 133 centers for attention to those who are who are traveling, who are mobile. Centers for families, 10 offices of Comarca, and as you will say later, 72 different facilities of the Institute of Migration, all of which are being looked at again to see if they can be improved. We have actions taken to guarantee the rights of migrants and to protect them. 175,576 migrants just this last year got some kind of information, and 700 and some received social security or social assistance, food, medical attention, transport to hospital centers, or administrative help. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished commissioners, despite the enormous challenge that all of this represents, given the statistics, Mexico maintains itself within the framework of human rights and assistance to the individual, based on our own policies, based on 4 policies, a pluridimensional position. We understand that Mexico is a place of transfer. It's multi-sectoral because we see that we need to intervene in many, many different sectors. Here we have policy assistance from our citizens, entities, migrant centers that are part of the Mexican government to assist also local governments and organized civil society, as well as an interministerial effort by the government of Mexico to assist as best we can in coordinating the measures that aim to assist in migration. A third point I want to make is that Mexico will never consider that irregular migration in and of itself represents any crime or felony. It does, however, represent a pressing need for multinational assistance in determining the routes of this ongoing migration. Further, we are assisting people with total disregard for their migratory status, who they are and where they come from. And we are particularly aiming at helping those who most need the help. The migratory policy of the state of Mexico aims to respond and to reflect the commitment of the government to be humanitarian and to be within the four corners of the 2019-2024 National Policy for Attention. I give the floor to the person who is tasked with assistance to victims, who is connected by Zoom. The interpreter regrets there is a terrific echo on this, and it's very hard to hear. I will do my best. Greetings to all of you. My name is Judith Rodriguez Estrada. I head up the measures to assist victims, reparation and assistance offered by the state of Mexico to try to offset the very regrettable situation that arose this year in early March. Everyone who was hurt came from South America or Central America. From the first moment that we knew of this situation, we reached out to help the victims and the families of the victims, indeed including the deceased. The Minister of Health of Mexico and the head of the National Institute for Social Security, together with assistants, visited the victims and sought every way possible to channel them towards the necessary medical assistance. 10 survivors of this terrible fire were translated to Mexico City, where more specialized assistance was available. There was assistance also to the family members as they sought to get back on their feet. More than 1,300 measures of assistance have been offered the victims, including 188 of a Social Security nature, psychological assistance, individual psychological help, various different translations to health institutes, and as I said before, help to survivors particularly. There were coordinating measures taken with the National Institute for Migration so that housing and food, as well as the provision of medicine and articles for first and most essential needs, were all provided. A group of immediate actions were taken with representatives of El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and that group worked as a communications and a hub between the Mexican government and foreign governments. We sought also to recover the bodies who regrettably were lost in the fire. 19 from Guatemala, 6 from Honduras, 6 from Venezuela, and numbers of others. The legal assistance that has been rendered is also to be noted, recognizing how important it would be for grieving families to retrieve the corpses of their lost relatives, among other important measures. Several of the victims who were survivors sought assistance and were always granted that legal assistance we're referring to here. We continue to follow up on cases as indicated by the different ministries. That is how we have sought to proffer the technical, legal, and other types of assistance, working with the embassies representing those expatriates. This is but one of the measures for overall restoration or offsetting of the losses. 19 were dead in Colombia, were Guatemalan citizens, 1 from Colombia. We are paying compensation to the families of the other 20 victims. We are in touch with Honduras, El Salvador, and Venezuela and the respective embassies through our National Immigration Center to try to wrap up those measures as soon as possible. it is critical to bear in mind technical opinions, but we do have recommendation with about 6 or 7 figures that the interpreter couldn't get at the speed of light that include compensation measures so that the corresponding payments can be made to the families of the victims that have been noted in that legal instrument. Some of the victims are represented by different associations present in the room. And the cases are still being looked at, and on the basis of final conclusions, we shall take the necessary measures. Esteemed families and esteemed commissioners and other observers, we are doing our very best to somehow offset the grievous circumstances that have been suffered by these people. Let me give the floor to my colleague for further information.
No. Se quedó fuera.
It appears we have lost the connection with the second speaker, says the president of the session. Apparently the person is talking, but as the president is pointing out, we can't hear a word. So clearly that intervention is being lost. Problem of connectivity, I'm afraid.
Pudiera. Ya. ¿Cuántos minutos están? Llevan 3.
¿Sí nos escuchan ya?
Wonder if I can now be heard. Apparently that is the case. The person connected can now be heard indeed. On the basis of these facts, a research effort was launched, an investigation properly put, both on the side of the victims or the representations. Article 57 of criminal proceedings was the basis on which we sought to offer assistance, including police assistance where requested, and asylum at the same time as the investigation of the events continued. On the 31st of March of this year, we ordered apprehension of 3 members working for migration, 2 private security officers who had not done their job, and a number of Venezuelan representatives whose migration was denied. 5 persons were called as possible guilty parties, and a second request for arrest was also launched, who were working against people working for the Mexican Immigration Center under precautionary measures. On the 30th of April, yet another measure was taken against the National Institute of Migration for lack of proper proceedings. In a parallel effort, we are also seeking to be of assistance to the people who maybe didn't die, but who were hurt and in fact risked their lives in trying to help those who did lose their lives. Not only physical, but severe trauma has been generated. We are trying to help all of these persons by, from the 14th of June, offering total access to what we were discovering. The victims and the legal assistants have had full liberty to look at the facts that we were compiling and follow up on what the research was showing, on what the investigation was unearthing. The main investigative unit here, of course, is the Legal Institute of Mexico. I now wish to give the floor to the ambassador. As regards the guarantees of non-repetition, the National Commission on Human Rights is also involved to certify the conditions of the places where people were put provisionally. There were 33 different elements that intervened. Measures were also taken offering civil protection measures at different emergency places, and the removal of any kind of jail-like conditions where the people were housed. The Supreme Court of Justice of Mexico intervened and stated that they now have 36 hours to clearly define the situation of people who are still under transitory migration facilities, after which they shall be granted a provisional stay to remain in Mexico until such time their provisional status is resolved. A visit was carried out in INAMI in Chihuahua, that's the National Institute for Migration, with regard to first aid, to assistance in the case of emergencies like fires, etc., and further training was offered throughout. More than 78 civil servants have undergone such training to beef up their capacity to face circumstances such as these. I'd like to end by saying that last October 23rd, the President of Mexico convened in Palenque various different representatives of Latin America and the Caribbean, at which time measures were considered and adopted to somehow slow the incredible flow of migrants. Belize, Haiti, Venezuela, and numbers of others that the ambassador is reading very quickly. You can check the notes. We're all called upon to help uphold the human right to migrate, but in better positions. And all of this was under the aegis of a more fraternal and friendly neighborhood. The different elements are external and internal. There are priority measures that are included, aiming at trying to close gaps, whether they be financial or physical, take measures to assist in the area of agriculture, to beef up food subsistence capacities in the overall region, and the socioeconomic measures that obviously are necessary, as the IACHR pointed out in its report. So long as these structural reasons that explain migration are not attended to and or resolved, these flows will continue. Thank you. Do you need another 2 or 3 minutes? Apparently not. Thank you very much indeed, says the President. Let me now then, without further ado, give the floor to the expert from the United Nations. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. My presence here in this public hearing at the 182nd session of the Human Rights Commission here in Washington is focused on the access to justice and defense of human rights of the persons who were detained under the aegis of immigration elements. I'm here, and please understand that all of my comments in no way could be translated into abjuring the rights and privileges to which I am due as a UN personnel. National security has been the aegis under which measures have been taken, but the social and economic situation of countries in the region have certainly jump-started the number of people that are determined to get to the United States and numbers who will settle for staying in Mexico. But there is also a further diversity of the nationalities of people traveling through Mexico. Many of them need international protection under the rubric of the rights due to refugees. People in mobility are often being arrested automatically. There needs to be a better sense of proportionality and reasons for this. And there needs to be immediate attention by an appointed judge to these instances. Now, we know that in Mexico, a number of different obstacles block either of those recourses and the rights of people to have access to justice, put bluntly. To be put in a form of jail rather than administrative attention is, of course, a situation that makes the person practically invisible, which is no help at all, farther to contrary. Once detained, people very often are held incommunicado, can't be reached, can't be consulted. There are cases whose devolution to their places of origin can also violate the principle of non-refoulement, where you're sending them back to their certain deaths. There has also been a denegation of rights to attend assistance or to receive assistance, and the lack of information as to the migratory system is always a difficulty. Jurisdictional recourses should be obtained, but where detention is prolonged indefinitely or until a legal decision is reached is untenable. The High Commission for Refugees of the UN have looked at all of the treaties that undergird the circumstance, and we exhort the state of Mexico to take another look at this situation and to make certain that procedural guarantees as the following are met. First of all, ruling in favor of liberty, of freedom where necessary, and where detention is a last resort measure. Third, children should never be thrown in jail, not even briefly, because of their migratory status or the situation of their parents. Now, we hail the administrative measures that were taken by Mexico in 2020 that indeed forbade the holding of children in migratory centers. We also feel that there should be other alternatives to detention within the community, circumstances that would fully respect the human rights of migrants and not violate them. In such circumstances, as migrants are in fact detained, the following procedural guarantees should be met. First of all, a clear definition of the reasons for detention and the assurance that the migrants understand these situations in a language they understand. Two, a judge must be involved to ensure whether there is an alternative measure to be considered that is not detention. Three, any person denied liberty should have the assistance of a lawyer and access to an independent tribunal which can indeed rule the freedom to be granted that person. Fourth and last, detention should never be indefinite, and there should always be the maximum limit set for that is met and respected, where an amparo is granted as needed. In that regard, we highlight the issuance of the amparo in a particular case that the Supreme Court of Justice of Mexico ruled that declared that the migratory detention periods were unconstitutional. This was the Mexican High Court that ruled this. And with regard to the detained migrants, it is essential that their conditions of detention be at all times respectful of each person's human rights. and those rights must be granted in an effective manner and pursuant to mandates in human rights. Finally, exhaustive research must be carried out where there are cognizable violations of human rights, and integral reparation, therefore, should be offered. International instruments must be borne in mind such that the authorities know and can apply those international standards and provide access to justice by people who are detained under this aegis. Let us yet again offer the High Commissioner of Refugees office help in Mexico as well as the one in New York to assist the migratory authorities and any other assistance that civil society is offering. Thank you very much. I'd like to offer the floor to members of the Commission. Carlos Bernal, thank you very much. Let me begin. Thank the members who are present at this hearing for their presence and for offering their views. Thanks also certainly to the State of Mexico for its good faith and its very obvious preparation that is always help, and certainly also thanks to the representative of the United Nations who has reminded us of international standards that are germane and that must be not only known but respected. I'm going to have very little to say here, and the reason for that is that many of the elements that I might have broached have already been put on the table. Let me then simply say the following. First of all, this hearing deals with two issues. One is a concrete issue, and let me also join in the deep sympathy and solidarity expressed by the President to all of those present, victims and families of the victims. Do you think, and if you think the sufficient measures have been taken with sufficient justice against those responsible, what about the truth that you are looking for? Have you received it? In the third place, we understand that the question of reparations is also on the table. We learned of a few of the measures that were taken, others that are being contemplated. But I would like to know what each of you believe as to the measures of compensation or reparation that have been offered at the highest levels, not only with regard to those that were offered, but with regard to the rest. In addition, there is the matter of a more far-reaching point, which speaks to the set, by which I mean a plurality of measures being taken by the State of Mexico with regard to this problem, which, let me state clear and loud, this is not a Mexican problem. This is a regional problem. Quite frankly, there should be a group of states that were represented here, because it isn't at all one country, not even Mexico, that can take all of the measures that will make a difference. Look at what's happening in the Darien forest that takes you from South America through Panama. It's a nightmare, and it's there for everybody to see. So no one country can solve this. This is a regional issue that must be tackled as such from a humanitarian standpoint. Set of measures are humanitarian, no question. But there's another set of measures that also cry out to be identified and applied. So what do you think, the petitioners, as to how the governments, plural, should coordinate amongst themselves to assist in alleviating this situation moving forward?
Maria Claudia.
Thank you, Commissioner. And the Assistant Executive Secretary, Maria Claudia, has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam President. First of all, I would like to greet the petitioners And those who have requested this hearing, thank you for being here. Thank you for those who are here and rendered their testimony, as well as those who joined us remotely. Also, thank you to the delegation of Mexico, both to those who are here and those who have joined us virtually. The Commission had a novel visit during the pandemic. It was virtual, so we were able to negotiate with the state of Mexico. Again, like I said, and this was a virtual visit on human movements, mobility rather, in Mexico. And Julissa Mantilla was there, one of the commissioners, and this was done in two parts, in December 2020 and January 2021. And meetings were held by using technical platforms. We met with states in Mexico. We met with the federal government and also with victims and victims organizations. The Commission submitted a series of comments that included in the situation of those persons deprived of liberty in a condition of human mobility. So we also wanted to address specifically those individuals that were in the custody of the state in connection with access to water, access to minimum conditions of detention. And this was included in a communication that was issued in 2021. The Commission also, in connection with these incredibly regrettable events, the Commission, I was saying, issued a press release. And also, we decided to also address the issue of doing an in-person visit to Mexico and to be able to go to the migration centers. On 25 July of this year, a communication was issued from the Executive Secretariat confirming the visit and asking the country whether it was amenable to host the visit. We have spoken to the government, and we have said that there would be a number of instances that we were going to hold. We held a strategic dialogue in Mexico in connection with the observations made by the Commission under Chapter 4A, 2022, and then there was going to be another stage that was going to deal with the different topics that were going to be dealt with in the in-person visit. Madam President, everyone here also, well, I wanted to let you know how this issue has been dealt with by the Commission. In the past few weeks, the Commission submitted a regional report on human mobility, and this has to do with this transnational phenomenon, which does not only include one country, but that necessitates the action from a number of countries in a shared manner. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. You touched upon some of the topics I wanted to share with you. We talked about the responsibility that the Inter-American Commission has in the field of migration, and this is a regional matter. It is not a matter that only involves one country. It is a matter that the international community has to be aware of. The international community has to address this problem. I don't think the region had underwent a migratory situation just like the one we are undergoing today in the past. There is the recognition of the right that people have to leave their country to seek for or to seek a better life, and the country of origin has a responsibility, but the other countries also have to be aware of the fact that they need to find the necessary responses to address all the needs that people have to lead a dignified life, to lead a life without discrimination, and to have access to health and education. This is a regional approach that must be taken, and the Commission has a purpose that has included in the thematic reports that have been produced. The Executive Secretariat has mentioned these matters. In order to address the requests from the petitioners at this hearing, I wanted to say that the Commission recognizes the situation of the family members of the victims that lost their lives. We also recognize the physical, social, and psychological needs of the survivors of this tragedy. First, I wanted to talk about the investigations. I think that this idea of impunity, well, is an idea that has been mentioned here. We have been told about the number of massacres and that have taken place throughout history. And you live through these tragedies. There is fundamentally a need for justice. That is why the status of the investigations is important. Investigations need to be opportune. They need to be timely. They need to be done in a context of due diligence. They need to address all the violence complaints brought by the victims, brought by those who are detained in a migration center. The UN expert has put a number of recommendations to us that can be used, I think, as guidelines to address this particular problem. This in order to provide an answer, a response to this issue. I wanted to hear from civil society what are the main obstacles today that you see. You are organizations of human rights defenders, and you are dealing with this issue, the issue of impunity, the lack of investigation, or the fact that there are incomplete investigations. So what would we need to implement these recommendations along those lines? After a horrible situation that has taken the lives of people, what is needed is a response. Not only compensations and reparations, of course, that's very important and that is necessary, but also there is this right to know the truth in order to attain justice. There's something else I wanted to underscore, and I wanted to say that the Inter-American Commission is happy to provide its support. Well, I wanted to talk about the Palenque Declaration. We need to find trans-border responsibility, and we have to see what the obstacles are of access to justice across the border or across borders. Yes, we have talked about support to the victims, but we have to know where these people are going and where they came from. This is human mobility, and this entails large challenges. I'm sure you have identified these challenges and also the challenges imposed when it comes to trans-border justice or transnational justice. This has to do with recognizing the right of human beings to know the truth. We sometimes qualify the status of migrants using certain words that I'm not going to reproduce here, but I don't know if the Assistant Executive Secretary has something to say. Yes, I do, Madam President. I do have a question that I wanted to ask, and it has to do with the proposal put to us by civil society organizations in connection with the creation of a special commission to investigate massacres and the forced disappearance of migrants. What is the background that you have in connection with that kind of committee? Have efforts been made to perhaps create this commission? What has been the work done by the High Commissioner on Human Rights, and what would you expect the commission to do in this connection? Thank you, Madam President. Yes, thank you. The point you've raised is quite necessary. We do have a few minutes, so I was going to give the civil society 6 minutes to speak, but I'm going to give you 8. Thank you very much, members of the Commission, representatives of the state. Thank you for the questions. Let me openly say that we are here with this wish to construct things, to build on things. We understand that this is a regional issue, but at least we should begin by taking the first step, which is Mexico. You can see the records of the hearings, and we have been here always trying to find joint solutions and to provide a constructive approach. That is our intention, to present a constructive approach so that migrants do not have to die or be detained during their journey. I think Marisol can answer the questions posed by the commissioners and also posed by Maria Claudia. I'm going to ask you to please remember we only have 8 minutes. In answer to the question of Mr. Pulido, the guarantees of non-repetition, the recommendation that the National Commission of Human Rights of Mexico, does not include non-repetition measures. And the best non-repetition measure is to have an appropriate investigation process with due diligence and at the highest level possible. So we wanted to have everybody held accountable. We not only have to punish those who started the fire, because, of course, we have these individuals that are in very vulnerable conditions. Commissioner Rosamena asked about the main obstacles in investigations. First, we shouldn't really look at isolated cases. This is not the first case where migrants that are detained died. We also have to look at cases of massacres and disappearances. These cases have been brought over 10 years ago, and of course, we need to address those cases. They need to investigate it. We have to look at these cases transnationally. We need to identify those responsible, not only the perpetrators, and perhaps we also need to see whether the authorities from the National Migration Institute were involved, police officers were involved, so we want a special investigation commission to look at this comprehensively. Of course, the General Attorney's Office has a group of technical persons, but they need to be assisted by international experts. And let me answer Mrs. Polito's answer. What do we expect from international organizations? We want technical support. We want the investigations by the Attorney General's Office to be structured so that we can get convictions. Except for the conviction in Camargo, we have no other convictions. We need to identify the criminal networks, and that has not been done. And we also need to see what connection there is between those criminal networks and the networks that are criminal and that exist in the countries of origin. So, yes, and the Attorney General's Office has worked on this, and there was a joint written petition brought to the Attorney General's Office, and also we worked with the High Commissioner for the provision of technical assistance. Vilma, you have the floor. Yes, I have a question for the person in charge of the CEAD. When are the victims going to be compensated for what they suffered in the Cadereyta massacre? We have submitted all of the documents, the opinions for the damage to be compensated. Some of the family members have died, but we still have their children, and the children need to be compensated. That is necessary. That needs to happen. We want your help so that we can create a special committee to put an end to impunity. Lorena? Yes, I also wanted to address the head of the Executive Committee for the Protection of Victims. This is the first time that we are able to liaise with her since we started representing the victims of Ciudad Juarez in Chihuahua. We have made a number of calls for us to meet with her. Also, we have tried to work together with the Senate in this connection. So we want this to be an opportunity to try and work together so that we can get a comprehensive reparation of the damage on a case-by-case basis. We wanted to confirm our specific request to create a working group for the follow-up with the victims and to work together in trying to get this damage compensated in a comprehensive manner. So none of the victims has been represented by us. And this means that the human rights defense has been criminalized in Mexico. So Maria Claudia mentioned the virtual visit and that took place in the past. We wanted to also ask the Commission to come and see in person the migration centers to see what's going on there. And we also wanted to reiterate our request for a working group to be created between high-ranking officials, civil society organization representatives, and other members so that we can have a new migration policy in Mexico that takes into account the dignity of the individual. I just wanted to say a few words. We do not want to live through what we went through before. We want the violence to end. We don't want the violence to be, the migrants to be detained, those that are going through Mexico. We don't want the migrants to be seen as criminals. We want justice to be done. We want the damage caused to us compensated. We decided to have our own lawyers, and that's a decision that we've made. Our right to choose our own lawyers is being violated. And in closing, I'm going to say what I said at the beginning. Let's build this together. The Commission helped us create a forensic commission. Of course, there are things lacking, but we need to do more things. We created the mechanism for foreign support. Of course, that is also lacking, but we need to look at other things like public policies. We can create this special committee, and we also, of course, thank the Human Rights UN High Commissioner for the support, and thank you to the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to build what we have built so far. So we need to move forward, and you can count on us. We hope we can leave this hearing with specific agreements to be able to work together with the victims. That's what we want. Thank you. The state has the floor. Thank you very much. I'm going to give the floor to the representatives of the CEAD. Thank you very much. Good morning. We are going to address some of the issues brought. We wanted to say that in connection with the fire that happened in Juarez, we of course, have provided compensation, but that is just one of the other measures in connection with comprehensive compensation. We have measures of rehabilitation, non-repetition, and satisfaction. I think it's important to say that Mexico has to work together with the other consular representatives from the other governments in order to establish the measures and the economic compensation. For example, in the case of Guatemala, a specific amount of money was allocated to each of the victims. But of course, we had to work on how to provide these funds to the different family members or to the groups representing the victims. The reparation does not only include economic measures. These are decisions that are built on the tenets of the inter-American system, and the victims and their representatives have the possibility of making statements, and they can argue things, and they can determine the existence of additional circumstances. So this in connection with the CEAD and also in connection with the Supreme Court of the nation. So in the case of Cadereyta, we were awaiting these statements by the victims. So once the statements are finished, a decision will be issued in order to provide compensation and also other rehabilitation measures. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Javier Perez Brond. I am the head of this organization. Mention was made of the obstacles to the investigation. From the very beginning, all the guarantees were provided to the victims, and the victims were provided counsel, and the lawyers were bringing the victims' cases to us. In connection with the massacres that took place in the past, we want to say that an official letter was sent to the High Commissioner to address this issue of criminality. This had been signed by myself and by other members of this group. We have always ensured that the rights of the victims be protected. We have worked together with the CEAD in order for the damage that they suffered to be compensated. We know that there is an investigative record that is being prepared, and we have a number of public servants that have been included in the criminal proceedings, some foreigners and some members of private security companies. We have shown our goodwill by sending this official letter to the Office of the High Commissioner in order for investigations to be conducted and for an amparo to be brought. Thank you. Thank you very much. The origin, the transit, the return of migrants has to be based on the respect of human rights. That is the basis of the policy in Mexico. That is also a principle enshrined in the migration law and the non-criminalization of irregular entry of the country, the guarantee of access to due process, and the right to ask for political asylum or to become a refugee, and to protect the higher interests of children, the family unit, and to protect those individuals who are vulnerable, and also women, senior citizens, LGBTI persons, and indigenous peoples and disabled peoples. We are committed to combat the smuggling of persons and human trafficking to avoid migrants to fall prey to these things. And what's happening is not easy. In the past 10 years, Mexico has made substantial efforts to harmonize the legal framework and put them in line with international standards. The migration law has been adopted, the law on refugee has been adopted, the general law on political asylum, the law on the general rights of children, with a view to protecting human rights of persons who come in and transit are in transit in Mexico, and also for those who stay in the country, we want their migration status to be regularized. Actions have been taken to ensure international protection in Mexico and to protect the human rights of children. The migration law was amended so that children and adolescents that are not accompanied be detained in migration centers. This respects the higher interest of children, and they are to be sent to safe spaces. The right to come into the country, to live the country, to travel in the country's territory, and to change residency, all of this has to do with the limitations imposed by the migration regulations. Our migration law recognizes the right to obtain political asylum and to ask for political asylum and to become a refugee. These are measures that have to do with protecting migrants. We want migrants to regularize their status, and we also are working to try and help the person regularize his or her status. We have the right rights of foreigners who come to migratory centers. There are procedures whereby the authority has to identify those individuals that are vulnerable in order to send them to the relevant institutions, and also to respect the maximum term for they stay in those institutions. In connection with legal defense, according to the migration law, the regulations, and the regulations for the operations of migratory centers and provisional detention centers, all of the individuals have the right to be assisted or represented by the individual that they appoint during the migratory proceedings. They have the right to be visited by their representatives every day of the week during the times set for that purpose, and also to be provided the assistance of their representatives when they want to leave the country. The system to send people out of the country allows the INAI to have a record of the individuals that are migrants, and also to provide answers under the provisions of the Attorney General's office and also the CEAD. We have to deal with all these issues in very, very short periods of time. In connection with the measure of non-repetition, I wanted to mention the acceptance from the CEAD to train its staff in the field of human rights and civil protection. The open door policy that we have in every single migratory center, verification visits by defender institutions, and also from representatives of the United Nations, and also the CENDH can determine where the centers can be used or they need to be modified.
Sobre el tema de reunificación.
On the question of family reunions and their relative migratory status, we consider the visitors category. There are humanitarian reasons for this, and there well may be conditions for which temporary visa is granted in the country for humanitarian reasons, even if that is not among the list of hypotheses that is there. If somebody needs help from a relative, for instance, because of sudden serious illness, so too assistance getting home. Under the principle of non-refoulement, we are obliged to offer an individualized set of assistance so that the particular circumstances of foreigners are met. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. The President, I am very grateful to both sides for this, I think, extremely rich exchange, and merely end by particularly emphasizing the need for a visit to the migration facilities ASAP. This is something that is not a hortatory expression for one day. We'd like this to happen as soon as possible with your assistance. And in so doing, recognize also the progress that has been made with regard to various elements that have been raised here. You could send these by, in writing. What dates do you have for the installation of the new premises? How are you planning to proceed with regard to the plans you have shared? It's good to have a date and time and not simply express things as something that would be nice to do someday. And turning to the representatives, and particularly the testimony of Brian, who joined us this morning, he's talked about the right to have his own representation, his own defense. And I would like very much to specify something that I perhaps did not spell out when I first intervened, but upon hearing this, I can only, at this point in the proceedings, add it to the list of issues that I would like to attend to with the Inter-American Commission so that we can jointly and severally work on these elements with the organizations of the representation of human rights who have expressed their difficulties and what the stumbling stones have been in proceeding. We want to remove those and smooth the path. So without anything further, let me close by expressing my sincere thanks for your joint and several contribution to the hearing. Stands adjourned.